Yo, y'all, what is up? I'm double checking my audio. Yes, sir. What is good? It is your boy, ThaniaBear, aka Natty, aka that nigga. Now, I apologize for the camera view. It's a lot different than it used to look. A lot more, I don't even know what to call it. I guess just lower f-stop or whatever the case may be. Actually, you know what? Hold up. Now that I'm saying that out loud, I'm curious about something. Very curious about something now. Because what if it actually is low exposure? If it's 24. Wow, that actually might be it. Okay. That's kind of crazy, actually. Not as bad as I initially thought. Okay, yeah. Wow. Huh. Never mind. No apologies. Well, I mean, still apologies, I guess, but just having some camera issues, and then it just dawned on me, what about the shutter speed? Fixed everything. Anyways, it's your boy, ThaniaBear, aka Natty, aka that nigga. And we're back at it again with another stream. It's been a while, a good long while, actually. Normally we're streaming on Monday and Tuesday, but past couple days, my sleep schedule's been, really past week and a half, my sleep schedule's been horrid. And it's gonna kind of continue to be horrid just for a little while longer. Now granted, I'm slowly readjusting, but it's very difficult. Just is what it is. It's just one of those things that's tricky to do. Especially the season I'm in right now currently. But I'm not gonna let that particularly be an excuse. I just know I got a lot of things I gotta get done. And as I continue to optimize and just, bro, what the freak, bro? I'll fight you. Anyway. But yeah, no, it's just right now, just so y'all know, we're going into quarter 4, and I officially have my quarter 4 goal for ThaniaBear. And just so y'all are aware what the ThaniaBear quarter 4 goal is, I have 26 records that I need to have sync ready, mixed, mastered, metadata done, registered, all of the things, all the 9 stems ready to go. And it's gonna be a bit of a task, but I'm very much up to it, very much just ready to get it accomplished. And more than anything, as I'm doing that, I'm still gonna be creating, records here on the sides, instrumental cues, and sending out loops, samples, and whatnot. But a really big part of kind of this whole entire year, really starting in quarter 2, going now into quarter 4, has been figuring out my content system, content strategy, how I'm showing up on platforms, and just what the brand I'm trying to build, what that looks like, what that feels like. And ultimately, at least for me, how that's going to convert into people caring. Which, not to say that anyone should inherently care about anything I'm doing, and for me it's very difficult because I don't think anyone should care about what anybody's doing, right? But we're human beings, and we kind of live in this existence to where we need community. Not so much that we necessarily want it at times, but it's definitely something that has allowed us to get to where we're at as a society and as a people, as a civilization, species, which way you want to look at it. And so because of that, I've just been really trying to figure out what that looks like for me and the different goals and things I want to get done. And for those of you that know, I'm working on a collective greenhouse media group with some close friends, and we've been virtually silent for a very long time, and this month I'm planning on activating that again, but in a different capacity. So if you're familiar with the Greenhouse Media Group or you don't know what it is, the simple mission statement I have for what it is it's an oasis for creatives by creatives. And all that essentially means is it's a community of just people who are creative, whether you're a musician, artist, producer, graphic designer, illustrator, fill in the blank, you know what I mean? I wanted to be a space to where you can come into it and feel like you can socialize and really express your craft, or learn about somebody else's craft, or just network and build really cool relationships for projects you have. Now, it's difficult because the philosophy and the ideology I want behind it is very much on give mentality. So I want a lot of people that are involved in Greenhouse and people that are in that community, which, just so you know what that's going to look like, we're going to be finishing up our Discord server, and then once it's finished up and polished, we'll be opening it to the public at large, so that way people can start engaging with it and taking advantage of just kind of what we have. And yeah, it's just, I just wanted to be a place where people just can kind of treat like as a gathering hole, right? Like all the BS that is the current global landscape of social media, you know, tech giants vying for control of people's minds and attention, propaganda rampant. I think at the very least Discord currently as it is a great place for people to congregate and really create social impact, cultural impact, and at times spiritual impact, honestly speaking. And so that's kind of at least where I'm looking at with the Greenhouse Media Group and just building that community. My goal is to just build it as a digital community with the physical manifestation being rooted here in the DFW Metroplex in Texas, with plans to scale globally for sure. But right now, as far as like if we were to ever do in-person events or to do anything like that, it would happen in DFW, Texas. So, you know, just so you're aware. So yeah, that's kind of one of the things this month. And then as far as ThaniaBear goes, I just got done doing my Q3 review, and things are looking good. Content's been doing pretty decent. We're definitely seeing growth. Last month I posted about like 350 pieces of content right around there, and not too much hiccup either, to be quite honest with you. I'm still getting a rhythm for it. I'm still obviously my content quality isn't particularly great, but at the same point, I'm not trying to get caught up in all that. I'm just trying to just have fun, execute, make things that I enjoy, that share kind of my world and how I think and how I perceive things. And more than anything, just kind of how I wish others, how I wish to treat others, as well as how I wish others would treat me, if that makes sense. And even if it doesn't, I think you get the gist. So yeah, you know, ThaniaBear's been growing pretty decent. I mean, I want to say started this content journey around like 120 subscribers in May. We're looking at 184 with but very minimum long form content outside of my new sample videos every Monday, which if you didn't know, I'm dropping a new sample video every Monday. So if you just want to listen to a new sample, or if you just want to cook up to something random, please don't ask me. Just go to my YouTube and check it out. Now granted, if you ask me because you want like more stuff, I'm working on a form for that right now, because there's a lot I got going on, and I'm not just gonna be like, oh, I can get to your project, because I've already got other projects I'm behind on right now, just because with all the different things I'm trying to do, you know, trying to build my portfolio, trying to get my website up, like all these things, like it's a decent amount to deal with. So yeah, just bear with the kid. It's a lot to do, but going into Q4, 26 tracks, also sending 15 emails every week to music industry professionals. And yeah, that's kind of like my Q4 goal. Just hit it by the end of Q4. I should have sent 150 emails, establishing rapport, building relationships at minimum, and then I'll have 26 songs mixed, mastered, ready to release, and not like samples like I'm currently doing right now, like actual records that I'm gonna put some, you know, strategy behind, and I'll finally actually be able to be an artist like I truly believe I am, because up until this point I've kind of really not necessarily confident to be an artist, but there's certain skills that I really feel that I needed to have at scale not even that skill, that's the wrong word. There are just certain skills I needed to have at a certain level of depth and practice that I just did not have because I didn't put in the proper amount of work and attention to detail. And now that I'm kind of getting to a point where I'm almost there, at least as far as presentation is concerned for me, which even when it comes to content, you're better sharing and documenting the journey than you are just like, oh, being in a cave and showing up, you know? But I don't know, personal battle I have to fight through. But now I'm finally comfortable just kind of looking in the camera, talking to the camera, expressing my thoughts, stream of consciousness. I think one of the next things that I'm really going to focus on is building frameworks of speech, because that's another difficulty for me. I have a lot of filler words. I use like a lot, a lot, and I want to be able to eloquently express thought coherently enough to where I'm able to come off with some level or semblance of confidence and authority. Namely because I really want to do this music thing for real. Not that I haven't been. Honestly, I've been only doing it if we're being honest. But I haven't been... I think I haven't been monetizing it the way I could have, because I haven't been positioning myself in the best way possible, for a variety of reasons too. But all that being said, I think, first of all, just got a new YouTube subscriber right now. Shout out to whoever subscribed. But all that being said, I'm excited. I'm excited in the season we're in. I'm in a calmer place, still figuring things out, but one step at a time. One step at a time. That being said, we're going to start the stream out with some YouTube reactions, just watching some YouTube content, just getting warmed up, getting the creative juices going, just honestly just some chill things, chill stuff. I got a bunch of different pieces of content. I got gaming pieces of content, I got drawing, I got music. We're starting off with the Tim Henson video, because shout out to the GOAT, right? But well, actually that's not true, my GOAT's Tosin Abasi, but Tim Henson is not that far away from me. So yeah, you know, we're just gonna get into it, and then after we get done with reacting to some YouTube videos, which we're probably gonna be reacting for like an hour and 30, 2 hours maybe, we're gonna get into like an hour of music production. And our music production goal today, we're gonna be making some solo guitar demos for a potential sync licensing placement. Pretty excited for that. It's for this solo guitar kind of sample pack from an Australian company. I'm not gonna say who and what, because I don't want to blow up their spot just yet, but pretty cool opportunity. It's also part of my 15 emails a week strategy. About 30 emails in, I got my first touch base back. So this stuff works. You just got to be willing to put in the time and effort. So pretty excited for that. And yeah, that's kind of where things are at. Let's get into it. So here we are. We got Tim Henson Studio Part 1 guitars, which I want to say this dropped like a while back. Yeah, like 2 years ago. So this is relatively old, but we're here, right? Let me like that. And then what you're currently hearing, by the way, in the background is the instrumental from my up-and-coming single, one of the 26 tracks that I'm working on, called Hand Over My Heart. I'm very excited for this one. It's one of my more favorite releases that I'm working on. And yeah, there's just much to do, but alas, we're gonna meet that boy. I don't want to see what Tim's got. We're gonna talk about his studio Part 1, the guitars.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm Tim Henson and welcome to my home studio. Today I'm going to show you some of my favorite guitars. First up, we're going to start with the bestseller. This is the TOD-10M.
Yeah, I really want that one.
Stands for
Super
Tree
dope.
of Death Nylon. This is my nylon signature. This was the very first one ever made. This one I've played on tour. I've played so many notes on this, so you can see it's got tons of wear, and I don't remember the last time I changed the strings. On the neck, you can see that we've got the Tree of Death inlay. Beautiful stuff. And It's like a C-shaped neck. It's slightly like wider than an electric guitar, but slightly thinner than a classic nylon guitar. So you've got this like nice like middle ground. So like if you're an electric player coming to a nylon for the first time, it's not going to be like the craziest jump. On the side here, we've got a sound hole where the sound can hit you in the face.
Which is fire.
There's no
Great
sound hole
design.
here. This is not a fully electric guitar. This is a semi-acoustic guitar. And it's not fully acoustic either, so I would not recommend like just playing this, you know, not plugged in. You're supposed to plug this thing in, but this is just a nice little bonus so that like when you're playing, you get a little bit of the acoustics. And then on the side here, we've got the Fishman Sonic Core pickup, and that's like in the saddle, the bridge, but the controls are here, and you can see that we've got a tuner. We've got volume, treble, and bass, as well as a phase knob. So yeah, overall, it's a wonderful guitar. This one's special because on the inside of these, the other ones will have my signature and the correct model name. This one says THN10. That's the TOD10N.
This
Next,
is sick.
I want to introduce you to the twins. Unfortunately, I do not have a TOD10 with me as they're all getting ready to be shipped to Europe for our Europe tour, but these are the LA Custom Shop TODs. They don't have model numbers yet, but eventually we're going to put some of these guitars into production. Maybe not this exact paint color or specs, but they will be prestige models. We've got an insane paint job. They call this oil spill.
I love that.
And I kind of just wanted like a really, really luxe version of the TOD10.
Mama Bear's calling me. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, what's up? Yep. Probably as early as I can. So 3, 2, it just depends. That'll be fine. Alright. Alright, no, but. Alright. Alright, back
And
to
as
it.
you can see, we've got a Wenge neck, fully Wenge neck. So we've got the Wenge neck, the ebony fretboard. This is full mother of pearl inlay, as opposed to the other model just has the mother of pearl on the roses and stuff. We've got, this is the 7-string version of my signature Fishman pickups. In the 6-string guitar, we've got the 6-string version. We've got voice 1, voice 2, voice 3, voice 4, voice 5. And then pull the thing up, voice 6, voice 7, voice 8. Yeah, the thing is just gorgeous. Every time I get on stage and play these things, they're absolutely insane. Then we've got the Koa AZ right here. This thing is
sick.
probably the most expensive production guitar that I have. Gifted, of course. We've got custom gold hardware on this. This one does not come with gold hardware, and I told them how beautiful would it look with the Koa and gold. So, also a workhorse, pretty dirty. And then the craziest roasted maple I've ever seen. I can't tell if it's like bird's eye maple or if it's just got like a really like for it's spalted or what, but it's a very wild looking fretboard. But really, really nice guitar, Koa AZ.
The Black Beauty New Age
Lastly,
model.
I want to start at the very beginning, at the very end. We have the THBB10. This was my first signature guitar ever, and this was the first one ever produced. It doesn't even have THBB10 on the model number back there, it just says THM. But yeah, we've got roasted maple fretboard, roasted maple neck. We've got the abalone inlays. These are the Tim Henson Notorious DiMarzio pickups. As you can see, I've played this guitar a lot, so much so that the gold has scraped off. I think I had to get a new bridge because even the bridge got scraped. And I filled in some Sharpie right here for when this one got shipped. It's hella dirty, and that's, you know, I've got a million guitars, and this one has character because it's been played, as opposed to most of the other guitars. But yeah, you know, classic AZ from Ibanez, and just overall a wonderful workhorse.
Beautiful. Love to see it. Love to see it. Okay, let's see. There's a Gacha Yakuza interview in here, which for those that don't know what Gacha Yakuza is, what are you doing? It's one of the greatest new gen anime out here. And this is an interview with Kei Arana and Hideyoshi Ando, which is essentially her right-hand man in creating the manga. And I mean, he does, to my knowledge, the graffiti work, and I think a little bit more, maybe background stuff as well, question mark, but definitely helps her with the art and the aesthetic and sort of what makes Gacha Yakuza literally Gacha Yakuza.
Rudo would be friends.
Probably.
Do you think Shinra and Rudo would be friends?
Probably.
でも多分シンラだったらそのルドの地雷に触れることはないんで多分シンラに対していいよってなって後ろをつけます感じかもしれないです
That's so funny.
They'd both be annoyed by Arthur, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everybody would be annoyed by Arthur.
そうなのかな
I feel like for those that don't know Arthur, you just gotta know. If you don't know, like, please do yourself a favor and watch both Fire Force and Gacha Yakuza. But, woo, man, Arthur's a character. The Lulu King at his finest.
Coming to you from Anime Expo in Los Angeles, this is The Anime Effect. Each week, we bring you interviews with amazing people from across the world of anime, from directors to actors, artists, and so much more to discuss their work and anime faves. It's pop culture with an anime lens.
I'm your host, Nick Friedman.
It's me, Lee Alec Murray.
And the two of us, with two amazing guests, are going to see...
That's 4 total.
4 total are going to see just how powerful the effect of anime
Really is.
We are so honored to welcome to the show the creators of...
I will say, and it might just be me being like an asshole, I'm just a terrible person, but not having a prompt and having to read from like your head down, because trust me, I know I have like my freaking monitor here, so I know how disconnecting that could feel by not looking into the camera and all that kind of stuff. Trust me, it's not lost on me. A bit it just doesn't translate video to, on the visual. I don't know. It's a little awkward to me. But who knows? That's just me being probably being an asshole.
And Hideyoshi Ando. Welcome to the Anime Effect.
This is the big one. This is the one I've been waiting for. Yeah. All my prep time.
This is the one. All 70 episodes,
yep.
This is the one.
Yep. Prep time. All my prep time in the last year and a half went to this. Yeah.
ありがとうございますこちらも光栄です
ありがとうございます。
Could you please each introduce yourselves and what you do on Gacha Yakuza?
ガチャクタの漫画ストーリーと絵を描いて、全体的なことしてる漫画家の浦名圭です。
グラフィティデザイン、タトゥーデザイン、グラフィティデザイナー。
He's like, yeah, just draw cool
I
things.
just want to say, before we jump into the questions, we had the chance to watch the first 2 episodes of Gacha Yakuza a few days ago.
Yeah.
And just congratulations.
And
it's incredible.
Incredible.
ありがとうございます
All right, let's try it. Let's try not to geek out on the way.
Let's go. I'm going to try not to melt.
For each of you, what was your gateway anime? So the very first anime series or movie that made you a fan of the art form?
ジブリ
Yeah.
ジブリですかねジブリラブ
僕はタートルズが好きで、タートルズも好きなんですけど、タートルズが使われてる音楽とかも好きで、そこから影響を受けてます。
Yeah!
There you go.
We're best friends now.
It's a good pick.
a great
That's
pick.
the first Ninja Turtles pick on the
Right.
show.
It's canon. It's canon to the show now. Anime confirmed. Turtles anime confirmed.
You can't confirm anything. Can't confirm anything. So as we mentioned, we've seen the beginning of Gachiakta. By the time fans at home watch or listen to this, we'll be deep into the series. But what has it been like seeing your work come to life in anime for both of you?
ずっとアニメ化が夢だったので、未だに実感が湧いてないような、湧きつつあるようなっていう段階ではあるんですけど。
As a manga, well, me one as a growing and developing mangaka, but just in general, it's almost kind of like a, I don't know if a rite of passage is the right word or terminology, but you make manga with the goal of like having it reach the masses, having your stories be heard, having people enjoy it and just kind of live their life to it and just engage in these worlds you build. And so eventually you're going to want an anime of some sort. Now, not all mangaka, right? Like, obviously there are exceptions, as with most things in existence. But especially if you want to maintain somewhat of a long-term career, getting an anime is a good indicator that your series will maintain what otherwise would be a very rigorous publication schedule. I mean, if you're weekly, if you're monthly, sure, it's still a rigorous production schedule. But I mean, dude, it's a definitely. I mean, I guess I won't say lightened up, but they've gotten better at not being as abusive as an industry. But a relatively aggressive environment the mangaka industry is, you know, like you gotta like if you see Ichiro Oda's like work schedule as far as like what he's been maintaining with One Piece, I mean, dude was grinding, bro. So it's just moments like this and being in places like this, although, you know, most mangaka aren't necessarily the most eccentric types, so there's always that little bit of like awkward, like, you know, introvert-ish energy, but overall it is a life goal to get an anime, because that just means it's almost like a validation that your work is so quality, well, not even quality, but just so impactful that the masses want to experience it in a different medium. One of the I won't say better medium, because I'm definitely a manga head more than I am an anime head, but it really is a sign of success, truly. So totally understandable.
まあ、とにかく嬉しいですよね。
僕は全てが初めてなので、一緒に楽しんでたらこうなったみたいな感じなので、ちょっとびっくりしてます。嬉しいです。
I love that.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
I know. Yeah, it's like,
It's so great.
you guys just go ahead. I'm just really happy to be here.
So, how did you guys come together to create Gachiata?
はい。もともとその作業通話、ディスコードとかで作業通話してて、で、なんだろうな。まあ、連載自体はこちら一人でやってて、一人でやる予定だったんですけど、その作業通話中になんか自分の漫画にあなたのなんかグラフィティとか入れてみたらめっちゃかっこいいんじゃない、試しに入れてみるって思ってた時があったんです。その時に当てはめてみたらかっこよくねあれじゃねみたいな感じになって、でなんか、まあ、漫画とグラフィティが今までなかったから、自分たちが知る限りはなかったから、なんかやれたらいいよねっていう感じで、なんかいろいろ提案してもらったり、こちらからしてみたりそういうのになって、正式にその漫画とグラフィティアーティストとして一緒にやり始めたっていう感じになっております。
It's so amazing how, like, the two can complement each other so well.
Absolutely.
And it just feels so natural, both in the manga and when you see it animated. The graffiti styling with the character design and the setting.
Because the graffiti styling like feeds back into it.
Yeah.
Which is great to see as a fan of graffiti myself. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My gosh, dude. Kay's, I know for a fact, like, if there wasn't a language barrier, Kay Arena definitely seems like more of just
to deliver a sneaky little ad
like,
break to talk about a tool that we think
feels like
fellow
a character.
cinephiles
I really
and
think she
anime
is very
fans
much a
alike
character.
should check out, and that is NordVPN.
Oh, we love it.
I've been
Okay.
using NordVPN for a while.
And one of the features that I really like.
Boom.
This may be the last ad you ever see.
Probably
Because
not.
of the free ad
No,
block
my broke
extension
ass.
from Capital One Shopping, you can say goodbye to ads.
Okay, so for Urana-san, so Rudo, our main character in Gachiakta, is really unique compared to other battle shonen protagonists that we've seen in the past. What or who was your inspiration for him and his story?
ルドはちっちゃい頃の自分をイメージしてるっていう感じなんですけど、人の気持ちが全くなんかちっちゃいから当たり前なんですけど全く理解できないくて、勝手に切れ散らかしたりとかなんか衝動に任せてなんかいろいろやってみたりみたいな感じのがあったんで、そのなんか未熟さの参考に自分がなるかなと思ってルドにそれを当てはめてどんどんその彼が成長していく過程を書いてるという感じです。
Which is interesting because his character, you can also see like the innocence in his character as well too. So I don't know if that's a byproduct of that as well.
純粋性か。なんかそのまだいろんなものいろんな経験をしてないがゆえにまだ混ざりきってない経験値というものが多分表に出てるからだろうなと思います。
I can't wait to watch more.
Oh my god, yeah, man. I actually had to stop reading the manga because I knew this show was coming. Because I'm like,
You got to watch them like right next to each other.
Exactly.
Nice. Nice.
Like episode, chapter, episode, chapter.
Something to do. Ando-san, how important was it for you to develop a unique style for Gachiakta? It's super unique, and like we were saying before, like we haven't seen anything like it.
最初は合うかどうか不安なこともかなりあったんですけど、そうですね、こことここで話し合いができることがやっぱり占とやったらこれできるってなったんで、こう解釈しながら入れていくってはめていくっていうことをやってると、合ってるなやっぱりって思えるようにはなりました。
That's awesome.
We just host a podcast. Okay, so for Urana-san, on the Anime Effect, we are also big fans of Okubo Sensei, Soul Eater, and Fire Force.
Of course.
We know that you are a huge fan of Soul Eater and were an assistant on Fire Force before working on Gachiakta. What was that experience like, and what did you learn from working with Okubo?
やはりすごく尊敬リスペクトの人なんで、現場に行った時はもう緊張でしかなかったんですけど、その上ですごいクオリティの高い現場なので追いつかないとってなって途中で諦めたら多分連載できないだろうなっていう気持ちで、二度と連載をできないんだっていう気持ちでずっと走り抜けて卒業できたっていうか。
Do you think Shinra and Rudo would be friends?
Probably.
でも多分シンラだったらそのルドの地雷に触れることはないんで多分シンラに対していいよってなって後ろをつけ回す感じかもしれないです。
That's so funny.
They'd both be annoyed by Arthur, though.
Yes.
Yeah, without a doubt.
そうなのかな。
Okay, Ando-san, we talked about your graffiti style before and how iconic it is and how it fleshes out Gachiakta. Who is your artistic influences as far as just your personal graffiti style?
He's like,
イラストはあんまりいなくて、で影響を受けたんやったとしたら音楽からの影響が大きくて、でその裏のような自分と一緒にやってた人たちのイラストレーターから影響を受けることの方がやっぱり大きかったですね。
What was there a type of music in particular that influenced it?
Limp Bizkit.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother.
黄金世代、あそこがすごく大好きやった。もう全てが もう混ざってて、もう何が出てくるのかワクワクした時間でした。
That was a huge era for mashups. Like that whole era was a mashup.
I went to a Limp Bizkit concert last year.
いいな。
It was pretty crazy. He still got it.
Honestly, man, Limp Bizkit, you know, that era of, what is it? It's not even rap rock. It's like new metal, I guess, if you will. Definitely had its fair share of like haters in like the social media, internet world. Personally, I enjoy it. It's a era I'm very fond of. Hell, POD just dropped recently. You know what I mean? That's another group from that era that's just very fun. Music I enjoy quite a bit, just kind of speaks to me, which I guess maybe it's kind of dad rockish now as far as like the new generation is concerned, or the current young generation, whatever that may be. But yeah, it's a very fun sound. Very fun sound. I enjoy that era of music for
With
quite a
Kroger's
bit.
same-day pickup and delivery, it's easy to shop the same in-store prices.
Okay, so we are also this year hosting the Gachiakta After Show podcast, which if you listen to that show, you're hearing this interview right now also. So, hi guys.
Hello.
But we wanted to know for each of you, do you have any advice for us as we dive into the world of Gachiakta and discuss it with fans?
もう多分盛り上げ方は多分一番知ってると思うので多分そこに関しては何もないです。
All right, I'll take that as a win.
Right. Yeah. Sadly, our time together is ending. We are dangerously out of time. But before we go, now that Gachiakta anime series is out in the world, do you have a message for the fans that have been waiting for this moment?
最高のものを作るために日々我々頑張ってますので、ぜひもうずっと一緒についてきて一緒に盛り上げてもらったら嬉しいです。
今までになかったかっこいい漫画を皆さんが選んだと思うので、そこが間違いないんで、これからも応援してください。
Man,
Hell
you
yeah.
can't really follow that.
Nah, man. I'm out.
It's just, yeah, for folks who are listening or watching, like, even from the beginning, you can tell that this is going to be something really special.
Yeah.
And things like this don't always come around so often. So enjoy the ride.
ぜひ。
I mean, and I've, you know, closing this up, like I've talked about, when I started reading Gachiakta, I talked about it on the show and then how it was my favorite manga for the year. And I think the show is really going to show it too. So I'm excited to see visually what I've already read, but then everybody that's not reading to experience it now too. So
嬉しいです。アニメにどこまで言っていいんだろう。アニメになってないところ、まあ自分たちが今書き続けているものもさらにそれ以上にかっこよくなっていってるので、ちょっと楽しみにしてください。同時にちょっと見てみてください。
Oh, well, I'm locked in.
We believe in you.
I'm locked in.
Well, thank you both so much for joining us today. It was a true honor. We're so excited to keep talking about the show,
Yes,
to keep
absolutely.
watching it. We're going to read the manga.
Yep.
We're going to keep reading the manga. You should too. But thank you both so
Yeah,
much.
thank you so much.
ありがとうございます。協力お願いします。
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious what the rest of the video is, because they got like
All right, guys, we are back with another Demon Slayer rewatch because we are rewatching Demon Slayer. And so
Okay, I guess there's more of this episode, more or less, but we're not gonna watch it. So that was pretty interesting. I just wanted to really see the interview and just kind of see what the vibe was. Not as in depth as I would have hoped for, but you know, it is what it is. Let's see. Let's get into something. Definitely gonna get into some art content. I don't want to hop into educational stuff just yet. It looks like all the stuff we have here is educational stuff. Okay, so then we're gonna end with the how to make music like Dijon, just because I have a feeling that's gonna help us like transition right into kind of what we're gonna be doing. So we're gonna bring the animating illustrations.
I can't draw, but I've been able to create animations like this one with a technique called puppet animation. Even if you've never heard of it, you've probably seen examples of it in games.
Okay.
It's used a ton in live streaming, TV, and even in music videos. While puppet animation is not as flexible as frame by frame, it's easy, fast, and most importantly, doesn't require me to draw anything. Okay?
Fair.
Oh my god.
I'll cover how you can quickly get started animating, and then go over the techniques you need to create more advanced results.
Okay. Getting started.
For this tutorial, I'm using art by Ed Panopio. If you plan to re-upload someone's art, send them a message to make sure they're okay with it first. In After Effects, you can select the puppet tool by clicking the pin icon in the toolbar. Now, anywhere I click, a pin will be added. Puppet pins are kind of like handles. You can grab them and move them around to deform the art. With my pins added, I'll go to the timeline, select the layer, and press U to reveal the keyframes. If I move forwards in time and move one of the pins, it will create a new keyframe. I'll hold Alt and click the stopwatch to add an expression that will loop this animation. This looks super stiff right now, but I can adjust the speed between keyframes by selecting them and hitting F9 to easy ease them. In the speed graph, I'll adjust the curve to create motion that starts fast, slows down in the middle, and ramps up to fast again. It still looks super
Honestly,
basic,
hold
but
up.
we
This
can
is
make it
super
look
fire. Hold on. We're going to save this to our animations and watch later because I'm definitely going to come back to
a lot
this.
better by adding delay.
I'm also going to subscribe because I can already tell his content is going
An
to be very
essential
important.
tool that I use in my workflow is a delay script made by Anthony Posabon. You can download it for free in the description of his video. I'll cover the basics of how to use his delay script, but for more info, I can't stress enough how great his tutorials are. Back in After Effects, I've animated this super fun bouncy square that I'll use to drive the motion of the character. I'm going to add a couple more pins than last time for more control of the art. In the timeline, I'll select the pins and run the delay script. This brings up a window where I can specify a property that the pins will follow. In this case, I want them all to follow the position of the square. Now I can adjust the amplitude and the delay that is applied to each of the pins. To demonstrate, I'll select a few of the pins and apply 1/10 of a second of delay. It kinda looks like she's made out of jello right now, so I'll remove that delay and instead modify the amplitudes first. I set the pins on the hips to move less and the upper body to move more to make it look like she's swaying back and forth. I'm happy with this movement, so I'll experiment with adding a bit of delay now. I want the elbow and chest area to lag behind the rest of the body, so I'll add a tiny bit of delay to those pins. You can see that for fast movements like this one, even a small amount of delay is noticeable. I think this is all the movement I'm going to be able to get out of this one image, so it's time to start animating with multiple layers.
Okay.
The main benefit of splitting the art up into layers is that you can move one layer without affecting the deformation of any of the other layers. I start by removing the background in Photoshop. I'll separate this arm by cutting it out with the lasso tool. If her arm moves to the left, everything looks fine, but if it moves to the right, she's not looking so good. Earlier in the video I said puppet animation doesn't require me to draw, so that was me lying. Some redrawing is required, but it's easy enough that even I can manage it. I'll outline my best guess of what the rest of her arm looks like and with a big brush block out some colors. Then I'll go in with a smaller brush and the smudge tool and try to clean things up. The number of layers that I work with is generally determined by how lazy I'm feeling on any given day. With more layers comes more control, but it also means more redrawing. With that done, I'll bring everything back into After Effects. I've still got my super fun bouncy square, and I've used the same method as before to animate just her torso this time. I'm going to reunite her left arm with her torso by adding pins to the arm, selecting those pins and making them follow the pin on the shoulder of the torso layer. I'll adjust the amplitude and delay, and connect the rest of the limbs in the same way. One thing to point out is that I did something a little different for this arm. I need this arm layer to be in front of her face because her hand is, but I also need it to be behind her body. You can see how this isn't going to work with just one layer, so I split the arm up into two. With all her limbs reattached, it's time to move on to animating the hair.
Okay.
The easiest way to do this is to use another free script by Anthony Posabon. To set things up, I'll add some pins. I'll actually delete the keyframes of these two pins because I don't want these to move at all. They're just there to anchor the hair in place.
Fair.
I'll select the layer and run the hair script. It really is that easy. I'll animate the rest of the hair in the same way. The only issue I have with this setup is that the hair doesn't realistically react to the motion in the rest of the body. To fix that, I'll animate the hair with the delay script instead. I set the pins up the same way and set them to follow the square's position. I'll set the amplitude of the pins at the tip of the hair to be higher and add some delay. Now it's bouncing along with the rest of the body.
Okay.
For final touches, I animated a blink. You can do this with puppet pins, but I chose to just draw 2 extra layers, one layer with their eyes half closed and the second with them fully closed. Here's the finished animation. I hope this tutorial made sense because damn, I am not making another one anytime soon. If you'd rather just watch the entire unedited video of me creating this animation, you can find it linked in the description of this video. That's it from me. I'm gonna go disappear and play Silksong now. Thank you for watching. Go create something amazing. Later.
Honestly,
this is
that can be very time consuming.
From start to finish, all in one place.
I really like that though, and kind of why I'm really glad I actually watched that video, because what I'm thinking, at least when it comes to my own music, I want to be able to create mini animations and like cutscene trailers for the records that I'm working on, and I'm still figuring out the perfect game to kind of like reference for that. But just knowing that that is a thing I can do, especially there's a particular game, it was made by there's a game called Zenonia, and in particular, the company that made that game also made a baseball game, I think called Baseball Superstars. To me, the best, I mean, I might download it again just cause, but it is, to me, it is the best baseball game, like, just ever. Like, it is the greatest, like, I love it. I'm in love with it. Coolest baseball game that will ever exist. I don't think there's any other better baseball game than it. And I think the last one that they did, which actually, you know what? Because now I'm feeling so nostalgic about it. Let me see if it's actually on here. Let me see if it's on the App Store. Baseball Superstars. Yeah, Baseball Superstars. They have a 2024 one? Wait, but is it made by the same people, though? Hold up. Is it made by the same people? It's made by the same people. Nah, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Nah, hold up. They actually made a... No freaking way. They actually did it, bro. Nah, man. No, this is... Okay. Okay. Okay, so a lot of these reviews. Okay, I'm sorry, I just got lost in the sauce looking at these reviews. But it looks like a good amount of them are a couple years old, which means, oh man, oh, how much space does it take up? Yeah, we're not getting on this phone. We're definitely getting it on the iPad for sure. So lit. I am so lit. Wow. Because this style, like this puppet animation, like, it's going to allow me to really create really dope art. Oh. Yeah, shout out to VO. Dope creator. Okay, let's see. What's next? We got a quick Meld Studio video, which, by the way, currently, as of right now on the stream, I'm going off of OBS, and I love OBS. Swear by it. However, I plan on moving over to Meld Studio, like, soon. Because it's going to allow me not only to stream to Twitch that I'm currently doing right now, but also to YouTube and potentially TikTok and Instagram at the same time as well, which is what makes me very, very excited. Because Twitch is probably where I'm going to do more of like the kind of what you're seeing right now on the screen, where it's like, you know, the webcam and the big thing, whatever, the big screen. But on YouTube, I'm more than likely going to be using the shorts view, just because I prefer that just canvas, and I think that's kind of where the user experience is right now. Not to say that people aren't watching YouTube lives as like Twitch would, but I feel more people are on their phone or iPad doing it than on, you know, their TV per se. So that's definitely something I'm excited for the YouTube side, and I don't know how the TikTok side is going to work just yet, but whenever that does happen, I am very, very excited to stream direct to that as well. So yeah, it's just pretty exciting all around as far as like getting all that set up. So definitely want to see what this guy's got to say.
Hey everybody, what's going on? My name is Terry. Welcome back to the channel. Hope you guys and gals are all doing fantastic out there. You know, and normally I'm not a fan of that whole phrase you hear online of let them cook, but you know what? That's exactly what the team over at Meld Studios has been doing. They have been working behind the scenes on some really incredible stuff. Like first, they introduced their built-in multi-streaming,
which is what I was telling you all about earlier.
Multi-canvas support, to where you could, you know, have both a horizontal and a vertical canvas, and you could stream with either one of those or both of those to different sources at one time if you would like. And now they did the one thing that people have been begging them for, and that is built-in chat. And it's ridiculously easy to set up. I'll show you how, okay? All right, so to get access to the built-in chat, you want to make sure you are signed into your platform of choice. Now, for this example here, I'm signed into both my Twitch account and my YouTube account directly inside of Meld. Unfortunately, as of right now, there is no option for all of you Kick users to sign in directly inside of Meld for your Kick account, but from what I know, that is coming in a later update. So now that you're signed in, how do you actually access the built-in chat, y'all? It's tucked away right here, and it's a beautiful way they have this integrated. That way there, you can take a look at all of your outputs, all of your settings like that, and then whenever you're done making sure everything is good to go, little tab right here for chat. That's it. It's that simple. And what I like about this is that it has built-in mod functionality. So let's say, oh, who's this Hey It's Terry guy? I don't like this message. I can just click on the message and delete it, ban the user, time the user out. Or if I want to take a little bit of a closer look at this user, I can actually hit open and it will bring up the user's profile in my default web browser. And normally down here where it says sending messages to Twitch as Oh Hey Terry, there's normally a little toggle here so you could switch between YouTube and Twitch or have one message be sent to both platforms at the same time, but it looks like Meld right now is having a rate limit problem with the YouTube API or how many connections that they are allowed to the YouTube stuff. So that's the reason why I can't switch to it. But that is a function. Just wanted to make sure you all knew about that. But there actually is a pretty cool little add-on to this update. Like, what if you wanted your actual Twitch dashboard right here inside of Meld? So that way there, you can have your streaming stuff and your Twitch dashboard all inside of Meld. Like, how cool would that be? Well, good news, folks, you can do that. And I'll show you how right now. All right, everybody, here is my stream manager here. Okay, now how can I get this directly inside of Meld? All you have to do is navigate to this in your web browser of choice. Make sure you are, of course, signed into Twitch. You want to go up here, just copy the URL. You want to go back down here to Meld. You want to go to File, Preferences, and right here where it says User Interface, you want to click on this and you want to say Use Custom Chat Doc. So I'm going to go ahead and paste my Twitch dashboard right in there. It's going to refresh this, and this does look a little weird. I will admit that, but all you got to do is just stretch this here out a little bit. You can just, move things around however you would like, just like this here. I'm going to go ahead and make that a little bit wider for my chat. And then I have, a good visual here of my activity feed and my mod actions. And just like that, folks, now I have my stream stuff and my Twitch dashboard all in one user interface, of course, with my activity feed and my mod action list here as well. For me, this is the perfect, ideal setup, but of course, everybody's needs and wants are different. But again, just for what I wanted, this is perfect. Everybody, I'm not even going to lie to you all. The fact that
This is pretty cool.
they're able to pump out these high-quality updates, it seems like every single week, like, I truly don't know how that team gets any sleep. Like their Starbucks bills must be astronomically high. You know what I mean? But Meld, for real, y'all are killing it. Love you guys and gals on the team, always and forever. And folks, if y'all would like to take a look at this amazing piece of software, I will leave a download link down below for you all in a pinned comment. And hey, are you a fan of Meld? Have you tried it out yet? Do me a favor, sound off in the comments below, and I will catch you guys and gals next time.
Heck yeah.
Build a website you love.
That's pretty exciting. And I'm actually, while we're here, Meld for TikTok Live. Let's see what that looks like.
Meld is an easy-to-use alternative to OBS for streaming and recording on a PC or Mac. Here is your complete beginner's guide.
I'm not gonna lie, that audio is hella low.
Streaming. StreamKey is probably your first thought here. Luckily, anyone can get them from free-to-join agencies. My verified list of agencies is both on screen and in the description. This entire page here is designed to answer all of your questions, including this FAQ at the bottom and including this 12-minute explainer video. All of these agencies are verified as providing high-quality service alongside a free TikTok Live stream key. So of course, let's begin with Meld by actually downloading it from meldstudio.co. That's without the N. and we're mainly focused on TikTok Live, but Mel can also record for you. One of the best ways to grow your live stream is by creating highlight clips. This is where today's sponsor Riverside comes in, and I'll put a discount and a link to Riverside both on screen and in the description. You can use Riverside's AI to make
Not gonna lie, this audio is hella low though.
So what I do is I simply click the upload button in Riverside to upload my own stream VOD. So here's one I uploaded earlier, and I just scroll down a bit and check the magic clips section. I can specify clip lengths. For example, if I want to monetize it on TikTok, I might choose a minute or longer, or I can just set it to auto, and I like choosing topics to highlight. For example, I often talk about content creation in TikTok Live, and then you just hit generate clips, and as you can see, has already been done for me. I've got about 10 different AI generated clips. So if I just click edit into this one where I'm talking about different industry splits for payouts, you can see it's already been edited for me, including even adding captions. But if I want to make any edits myself, I can just edit it on the text-based timeline or the usual video editing timeline as well. And then I can export my clip with just a few clicks. And this is all done easily and smoothly with the Magic Clips feature provided by Riverside. And once again, I'll put my discount code and a link to Riverside both on screen and in the description. Thank you, Riverside.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
So let's get started with our Meld setup, of course, by just opening it. So let's get it set up to look something like this. So let's start with the best settings. So we're going to click on File and Preferences, and starting in General, of course, enable multi-canvas. That's going to give us both a landscape canvas, and we can use this to stream to places like Twitch and YouTube and Kick, or you can just use it for landscape recording.
Trying to
see.
see.
Of course, it's going to give us a vertical canvas for TikTok Live and YouTube Shorts and Instagram if you want, and of course for vertical video recording as well. So I like these settings: 1080p on the landscape, vertical is 1080p by default, 60 FPS. Definitely recommend the hardware encoder, and the video bitrate. This will be your stream upload speed, so I recommend between 6,000 and 8,000. Again, Melder's tried to give us good default settings, so I'm just going to leave this on standard and 160 on the audio bitrate. And if we scroll down a little bit, we're going to press Add Output. And if you're streaming on YouTube or Twitch, you can add those. If you're streaming anywhere else, including TikTok Live, click on Custom RTMP. So I've deleted mine just to show you it again. To start with, I'm just going to edit where it says Stream Output and just change it to say TikTok Live. And now TikTok Stream Key is actually generated every single time. So you're going to have to edit this every time you go live. So while we're just setting it up, because we're not about to go live, we could just type anything into these two boxes. So I'm just going to type test. But of course, we need to go on the vertical canvas.
Okay.
Actually, we don't need to, because you can stream in landscape on TikTok if you want. But for most people, I'm going to recommend vertical live streaming on TikTok Live. Start the stream when you go live and just press back, and we've now added TikTok. Of course, custom RTMP can also be used to add Kick and any other smaller streaming platforms as well. I do recommend multi-streaming on 2 or 3 platforms usually, so I'm going to add my Twitch as well. So I just pressed the login button to add Twitch, and it's now added my stream key by default. So I'll press back, and again, just keep adding other platforms as you want. Let's scroll down to recording and clipping. Pretty simple here. You just choose a destination, choose a format. It doesn't support
Interesting.
for some reason.
Okay.
Choose QuickTime, and it looks like you can't record both the main and the vertical canvas. So depending on what you want to record, choose the correct option. For example, if I'm recording a landscape YouTube video while I'm streaming on TikTok Live, I'll stay on the main canvas and press back. And we can also clip. So go into the clipping settings. Firstly, we have to enable the clipping in the top right, and we're going to set the length. I like 60-second clips. Basically, this is going to automatically download the last 60 seconds of our stream when we press the clip button. And it's going to save it into this location. And once again, I'm just going to go QuickTime. I'm going to go vertical this time, because usually for clips, we want the vertical to post them on short-form platforms like Instagram, YouTube Shorts, and TikTok. And I'll press back. And I'm not going to really be taking any screenshots, but you can choose a screenshot destination if you want. We don't really need to touch many of the other settings, apart from virtual camera, where you should press the install button in the top right here. Especially do this if you don't have a stream key and you just want to use TikTok Live Studio to stream on TikTok, and we'll show that later if you don't want to use a stream key. But again, once again, the output canvas is wherever you're streaming to TikTok, either landscape or vertical. So our settings are good now, so let's close out of them, and those have auto-saved. You can't see this on the right, you can just click the arrow and it shows the platforms you're streaming on and the virtual camera option. But let's now move to the actual stream setup, and let's
okay, so
headset and microphone.
All right, brother, hold up. Let's go to TikTok real quick. I think I'm already logged in. Shout out to freaking Alan, freaking good goalie, bro. He's cool. Okay. All right, so live.
Yeah, I picked it.
Oh. Darn. You have anything underground? No, most of my stuff I keep, like, up top. I don't see a point in burying it.
Okay, okay.
What?
Recommended categories:
I'm being so
Marvel
stupid.
Rivals.
Thank you for the follow.
Garena
I'm
Free
so tired.
Fire.
Just for a second.
I'm so tired. Let's see.
Let's see, what are some of the bigger ones? Genshin Impact 1000 watching, 800 watching, Marvel Rivals. Lineage 2. Hollow Knight Silk Song 2, 1000 watching. Ghost of Yote, that's fire. Tsushima and Yote. Hogwarts Legacy. I really want to play that game. Monster Hunter Rise, that's cool. Metopia. Damn, niggas still play Metopia. Maple Story Hard, that's what we're going to be doing for sure. Skis. Destiny 2, 49. RIP. Black Myth Wukong 300. Okay, that's dope. Skyrim 13. That's cool. I mean, in general, just even all these games. Cyberpunk 9? Wow, that's a lot lower than I would have thought, actually. Hearthstone is actually a lot lower, too. Okay. Alright, I'm getting distracted. Let's see. Creator Tools. Live Center. Yeah, I think the last time we went live up to 40%. Weekly missions 13. Total diamonds. In my region. Live recordings. Quick edit. You can share, which is pretty crazy. Videos are available for 30 days. I did not know that. Okay. Highlights and clips. I don't really be making clips and highlights. Okay, cool. Subscription. Real-time performance. Okay, you can watch that. That's analytics. Okay, Get Live Studio. Only supports Windows and newer, which I knew that already. Don't know why that surprised me. Let's see here. Profile. Check the website. Coolio. Okay. Nice. Okay, all the links are working fine. Here's the thing, though. How does a dude... What's the source? Nah, none of that shit. Stream key. Okay, so a nigga can't find his stream key on here. Okay, that's Live Studio. I love how I've totally derailed the whole entire reaction part of this right now. Alright, so we're at home right now. So let's say a nigga like me wanted to go. I don't need to get coins right now. Let's say I wanted to go live. Go back.
Nice. Nice.
Hey, Glitch. How you doing?
Let's see here. Creator Hub, what is live? Redefine what's possible. Okay, it's not what I want to know though. Not at all what I want to know. None of that. So let's say I want to go live, right? So I can't go live from here. Interesting. So I can't particularly go live from the desktop. Interesting. So let's say I want to go. Okay, but that says open live studio. I don't want to do that. This is my profile. Cool. But let's say we want to. There's a PC app. Good coins get app live. But then.
Back. Welcome back. Good morning. Wait, so you take the top.
Okay, what's the live center? So it doesn't look like I can go live from. Interesting. Okay, none of that matters to me. Let's see if we can do that. Okay. Live room. Okay. 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 Nothing. Okay, I bet tell me to use Live Studio though. This is interesting. Okay. So we can't go live right now. I'm just going to assume that we need like 1,000 followers or whatever. But that's cool. All right, let's see. We're going to just look at this Cam interview right here. Do another educational
Shalom.
video.
I truly pray all is well with you and your families. Today I want to talk about what happens when we truly yield to the Most High's Holy Spirit. The interview I had with Cam Newton recently aired, and it has been impacting many lives and sparking many needed conversations. I am thankful to Yah for speaking through me that day because clearly his word was needed. Believe it or not, I don't have a PR person chasing down interviews for me. Almost every high-profile interview I've been blessed to do came either through producers reaching out to me or long-standing relationships. This one was no different. Earlier this year, I had to speak at the Waymakers Men's Summit in Los Angeles for BET. While speaking outside with men, a young man approached me, introduced himself, and said he was the producer of Cam Newton's podcast. His name is Omari. He asked if I would be interested in coming on Cam's podcast, and of course, I said yes. He gave his number to my brother Ron, who was with me. A month or more had passed before the Holy Spirit tapped me and asked me, why haven't I gotten Cam Newton's producer's number from my brother Ron? Well, in full transparency, I didn't want to do the interview. I was exhausted from a 6-month book tour promoting my latest book, The Man the Moment Demands. I am also an introvert, so I don't naturally enjoy public speaking. I'd rather just do the work without the cameras in my face.
Fair.
But in that moment, I was reminded of Yahushua's words. You are the light of the world. No one lights a lamp and put it under a basket. Instead, they put it on the stand and it gives light to the entire house. Therefore, let your light shine in such a way before men that they may see your good works, but glorify your Father who is in heaven.
There's a creative side hustle almost nobody is talking about, and it's not content creation, being a YouTuber or a streamer.
So even though I didn't feel like it, I knew my responsibility was not to hide my light, but to shine it for Yah's glory. I also knew this wasn't going to be a traditional interview. It would be an engaging dialogue, one that I would truly have to yield to the Holy Spirit. See, something else I want to share is that Yah had placed Cam on my heart many years ago. I remembered not only praying for Cam, but also asking Yah to use me in his life if he ever opened the door. So when the Holy Spirit told me to get Omari's number from Ron, I did. I reached out, and within a couple of weeks, everything was scheduled. I flew to Atlanta for the recording. The morning of the interview, while I was packing my duffel bag, my wife, Nicole, called and encouraged me to eat before the interview, since I probably wouldn't be able to eat again until later that evening when I arrived back in Detroit. Well, as I was leaving my hotel room to head downstairs to the restaurant to get breakfast, the Holy Spirit told me to fast. And I wrestled with that instruction because my last meal was the afternoon prior, and I knew the importance of keeping my body fueled so that my mind would stay sharp. But I also knew it was more important to obey the Spirit than to feed my flesh. In that moment, I remembered Yahushua's words to his disciples when they urged him to eat. He said, I have a kind of food you know nothing about. My nourishment comes from doing the will of Yah and finishing his work. In other words, Yahushua was full.
A little bit of fact checking, because he seems to like Yah, which is a shortening of Yahweh. And while I respect the brother very much, if you are to be a Bible-believing Christian, you should also be comfortable enough to do some proper search yourself. We'll use NIV version because that's the one I... 32, 34. Okay, that's NIV. Let's look at maybe NLT, right? Maybe NLT might have a little some nuanced here. Okay. Let's try maybe ESV, perhaps. You know what I mean? Let's see if it's doing that, right? Is to do the will of him who sent me to accomplish his work. So in each translation I'm looking at right now, it is just saying the will of him. So let's do the New King James Version, because I'm not going to lie, the King James Version, I don't support it. I just don't. I should have more of a thought out reason to explain to you why, but simply put, I just don't. I have a food to eat of which you do not know. My food is to do the will of him who sent me. Yeah, so it's him. It's not Yah. So that's definitely, he's reading that into this text. But I mean, I could judge, but I'm not.
And
I'm no
finishing
place.
his work. In other words, Yahushua was full from fulfilling Yah's will, not from eating food. So I called Chris, my spiritual son and assistant at the Cave of Adullam, to pray with me. I told him that I believe the Holy Spirit wants me to fast, and he calmly reminded me, Jay, Yahushua said that certain spirits only come out by prayer and fasting. That confirmation gave me strength. We prayed, and I left for the interview hungry in the natural, but full in the spirit. I arrived to the location on time, and as I was waiting to be escorted to the studio, Cam walked up and asked, would I mind if he kept the conversation open? I looked at him.
This AI tool will create a stunning ebook direct from your content.
All right, I wouldn't say stunning, but it's pretty solid.
Cam, I didn't come here to promote my book or my work with boys. I came here for you. That set the tone for the interview, and in 4 days after airing, it has over 70,000 views on YouTube alone. Countless people have asked me, how was I able to be so patient with Cam during the interview? Well, the answer is simple, because I used to be just like Cam. When I was wrestling with life itself, my purpose, my failures, my disappointments, and even my identity as a man, even I had struggles with the church and issues with the church and Christ, I didn't have anyone willing to sit with me and answer my questions without getting defensive or frustrated. See, every man deserves the space to wrestle with what he doesn't agree with or yet believe. just like when Jacob wrestled with the angel of Yah through the night. And as a result, Jacob came away with both a wound, but also a blessing. Sometimes wrestling is the only way for a man to get to the blessing. And I believe if more of us in Christ would welcome the honest doubts and questions of men like Cam Newton, the Holy Spirit would have room to take their confusion and turn it into clarity, to take their resistance and shape it into repentance. I scrolled through some of the comments on social media, and some people commented that they felt because Cam didn't always look at me directly during the entire interview, it must have meant he wasn't listening. Well, that couldn't be further from the truth. Cam was processing. And the proof is that Cam kept his word. He and I have stayed in communication since then. Do not allow someone's right to resist make you assume they're unopen to dialogue. Sometimes silence or even averted eyes are a part of a person's internal wrestling. Cam is an intelligent young man with an untold story. And like every man, he carries causes, effects, and struggles that shape him. After the interview, Cam's producer, Omari, hugged me and he shared that he had been baptized just days earlier at church. I thanked him for allowing Yah to use him at the BET Summit to open this door, and now, because of his obedience, countless people are being encouraged through this conversation with Cam and I, especially men. What this world needs is not more dismissal, but more dialogue. People need spaces where they can bring their questions and their frustrations and even their doubts without being shamed or shut down.
Yeah.
That's what Cam needed, and that's what many men around us still need. If you are in Christ, strive to apply what James wrote when you're involved in engaging conversations. My dear brothers and sisters, you must be slow to speak and quick to listen. And don't forget this part, slow to become angry.
Ooh, that's a
Make
tough
it
one
your
for me.
mission to
That's a
listen
tough one for
without
me.
rushing to correct. Ask someone in your life who is questioning or doubting whether it's life, Christ, their own existence, their purpose. Ask them sincerely, what do they really believe? What are they struggling with, and why? Then sit with them, listen, and engage. Don't debate, don't dominate. Trust that the same Holy Spirit who gave you clarity will also give you the answers to their questions. Remember, our job is not to win arguments, it's to bear witness with power, patience, love, and truth. As always, I hope this video encouraged you. If you'd like to be notified when I upload another one, hit that subscribe button
I
and
will.
turn on notifications.
Now, I'm not going to do that because Lord knows my line will be blown up, but I'll be subscribed. Knowing me, I'll be able to see it. Okay, let's see. We are at hour 30 in. Okay, we got 30 more minutes of reactions content. Then we got to get into some music creation. Let's see here. Let's get into beginner art mistakes you need to avoid. Alright, we're gonna skip on the Dream Pokemon game. And honestly, yeah, let's look at beginner art mistakes you need to
Hey
avoid.
guys, long time no see. Now a lot of you might be wondering, why have I had to wait 1 whole month for the next rain vid? And I just gotta tell ya, I'm damn lazy when it comes to editing. Whether it's drawing for 10 hours straight or critiquing art pieces, I cannot for the life of me edit a video without mentally imploding. Now, I've got my Avengers. Well, Avenger. I have an editor. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Peepee, my free labor editor.
Help me!
He has offered to help me with some of these videos coming out. So we're trialing out a new editing style, and I hope you guys like it and be kind to him. And I want to stress this. I don't see myself as a professional designer by any means, nor an amazing, talented one. My knowledge library is still very much limited in comparison. However, I still want to try and give you guys a peek into my brain and how I approach character design in a whole. It may not even be about the clothing or armor, hair, accessories, posing, scarring, physical builds, weapons, everything. Everything is needed to be accounted for when you're creating character design. For example, I'm going to use the 3 characters, Belle, Sun, and Hina, of the manga I'm creating called Your Drive. Each of these characters follow different perspectives of a world that I am creating, as I'm trying to guide the audience through. Belle is an outer city scrap collector who in her past has had time in the army, which in means has designed the way that she's dressed and how she presents herself within the world that she exists in.
Okay.
She is built, dressed tight, sharp, and a very tactical character when presented. However, the singular fact of something like her hair being weirdly long for a practical, tactical character who's built to fight is consistent in her character's stories and ideals on why she would keep it that way. When you look at her, you're given the idea that she is built to fight, a very serious character in design. Tactical boots, cargo pants, compression singlet, and arm bandaging all relate together in the idea that this character is built for surviving and not worried about physical appearances. Now on to Sun, my debonair gambler. Out of the 3, his design is the most unique in terms of clothing that he is wearing. A very signature jacket, modeled similarly to techwear or cyberpunk aesthetics, he is a character that breathes the idea of style. Someone impressive looking on the outside. However, when removed, the jacket reveals his character's insecurities and oddities. A body fully covered in blacked out ink with reverse white tattoo detailing. Without knowing his story, you get the idea that in a sci-fi world, clothing or body, his design is consistent in the perspective of a rich playboy smartass, who doesn't mind sticking out with the clothing that he wears. Facial tattoos, ear piercings, dyed hair, unique clothing all relate in the idea of the consistency that is his character design. Even his weaponry, dubbed Alpha and Frenzy, are 2 twin guns flaunted in his own design, as they are his signature pieces and what shines out his brilliance, that is, a weaponsmith in the world of Your Drive. Last and certainly not least, the graceful and kind Hina. Hina is the only character out of the 3 that I wanted to stick out as an anomaly in the world that she exists in. Being a character that wakes up oblivious to the surroundings and story that has been damaged and warped since before the apocalypse, I want to ensure her design kicks the ideas of an innocent girl on an adventure to explore and figure out what has happened. Her design works in all of these ideas because I put her in random clothing items that she found that can exist in the areas and people that work similarly to her. A unique coat design made from a designer in the world who creates clothing for intercity travelers such as herself. Full compression bodysuit with a strange mix of chest blading and clip-on dress. It's meant to spike the idea on why and where she got these clothing items. For someone who woke up in this outfit, why is it made of collective parts and salvage clothing? Which adds into the idea of Hina's own lack of knowledge when it comes to the place that she resides in, as I want the audience to look through her eyes. Now, am I a perfect designer by any means? No. However, I'm using these examples in hopes of explaining to you how my mind forms around creating designs for characters fit for the story and world that they exist in. Time to get into some designs. I'll be creating characters based on different worlds and roles while avoiding these following mistakes. Creating an outfit with a design that has no function.
Interesting.
It's very easy when creating a character design to get lost in the source that is, damn, this would look cool. May it be a futuristic apocalypse or medieval fantasy, your characters and designs must make sense within the world that they exist in. Chalking up a design to, with the magic they have baked it so they don't have to wear protection, is lazy. Don't be afraid to redesign this character to fit more within the environment of the world that you yourself place them in. Imagine yourself in the character's shoes and really think about what they do. Are they a rogue? Are they a soldier? Are they a tactician? Design their clothing and dress them accordingly. Even the wildest designs can be still grounded with logical reasoning. Ignoring this can stunt the viewer's perception on the character's roles through solely visuals. Next up, I'm sure you've heard about same face syndrome, but have you heard about same body type syndrome? And have you thought about how much body types actually affect your characters? Looking at your characters, I'm sure a lot of you can notice how similar character body types are regardless of how many of them that you've drawn. It's easy to fall into the habit of doing so, especially when you're still learning and figuring out anatomy and proportional adjustments when differing characters. Failing to keep this in mind can ultimately create a very bland contrast when viewing all of your characters within a vacuum, and cause them to be very much less memorable comparatively as like a cast. How to avoid this? Force yourself to play with a variety of lanky, buff, tall, short, wide, angular. Mess around and force yourself. Forcing yourself with each of these different body types just to get used to essentially bending and shifting anatomy in the many forms that it can come with. Now, one thing I stress absolutely, ultimately, when it comes to creating characters, in my views, is overall character consistency. This may come off as weird, but I truly mean this when I say this. Become your character. How your character looks, their hair, their clothes, their weapon, whatever it is ultimately based off of who the character is in the world or idea that you've created them in. Design aside, this can also affect how the character holds themselves, poses themselves, and presents themselves to other characters or compositions you want to form them into.
Okay.
What do you mean by consistency, you may ask? This being the ultimate rule of thumb I follow when creating a design, I ensure that every aspect of the character I'm creating is not only consistent in the world that they're in, but the backstory that I've built them up from. Say you're creating a knight, a fighter, born in the fray, a soldier, character built for war, and then you give them a sword and a belt with common clothes. What do you do? Stop ripping your character out of the world that they exist in the hopes of somehow making them unique or stick out from the rest of the cast. It's pretty lazy. Overall, as you can see, based off the basic prompts I gave myself, I've created 2 characters in opposing worlds, jobs, and varying body sizes. Also keeping in mind that I attempted to vary design density, functionality, and just overall to show you no matter how crazy you want to go with any character design, make sure to always keep in mind these mistakes that are very easy to fall into. Now, although character designing ultimately leads into being subjective, it's still important to keep in mind these factors in which that can help either ruin or dull your character's potential in the story or world you want them to be a part of. Keeping these things in mind helps for a lot easier clarity and consistency when you're designing them. At least that's what I try to keep in mind when I'm creating my characters. I appreciate those who stuck around for the video, and hopefully gained
pretty
a
cool stuff,
perspective when
honestly.
it comes to character designing, at least from my eyes.
I also just like watching other artists, like kind of in their process in creating. Let's see here. We got a couple more minutes. Let's see how long this one is. We got 8 minutes on this guy. Let's see. Adapting 2D visual styles to the 3 dimensions. I'm curious. Is this going to be a process video? So far, it's no voiceover.
If it wasn't obvious already, I am a 3D artist, but I like 2D art and I can't draw. So instead I take pieces of 2D art I like and attempt to reimagine them in a 3D environment. I've done this with various styles from artists I appreciate, especially with swords. I've made plenty of those. One way I like to adapt 2D art into 3D is by animating the scene or using the original concept in an animation, and I thought Figel's illustrations would work perfectly for that. The goal of these projects isn't necessarily to make the scene look 2D. Instead, their main objective is to make the style of the scene match the reference images.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus.
Brother, man.
And this is your brain when you're in the zone.
I completed this first scene with the sole intention of animating wind, but my PC struggles with cloth simulations and I wanted more control over the animation. Instead, I used something within Blender which I think is quite underutilized, the lattice. The lattice functions similar to the warp tool used in photo editing programs, but in 3D space. I used 3 individual lattices to animate the cloak and 2 for each flag. Using 2 lattices with mirrored ends allows the animation to loop perfectly. To make the animation, create a wave shape in the lattice and move it through the object you want to animate. The majority of the objects in the scene were manually shaded to better match the original reference.
Okay.
Moving objects like the flags and the cloak
I like that.
use a simple cell shader. Manually shading objects matches the style of the references better than automatic shading, which is good for objects which aren't going to interact with lights in the scene. Making the Hollow Mouse character was quite interesting as I got to assess the limitations of 3D art. Many of the shapes on the references were tricky for me to make in 3D, mainly the cloak, the ears, and the general shape of the head. Now I will curse you with knowledge that hopefully no one realized before, but the mouse has no arms. Otherwise, the only way you would ever see the arms is if they clip through the cloak. There were parts of the scene I had to improvise, most notably the sword and how it connected to the character's back, and the ground since I struggled to match the original style. I think my favorite part of the scene are all of the shells, which were made with spiral curves. This was just my first attempt at making this style and I enjoyed making it quite a bit. I moved on to this scene, which I thought was going to be equally time consuming, but no, it was more time consuming and harder on my PC. The previous scene had about 50 rendered objects, but this one had almost 400 thanks to the dense foliage. To make life easier, some of the foliage were rigged with bones. Plants with bones is not something I thought I'd ever say. The main character in the scene was also rigged, as I wanted to do a simple animation with him. I usually like animating each individual frame of an animation, but with a moving camera like this, I decided to stick to automatic in-betweens, which eases the character's movement from pose to pose. Something I noticed in the original reference image was the use of noise, which makes the background speckled, which had the side effect of drastically increasing the file size for each rendered frame. The objects in my scene, however, were not speckled. In hindsight, making every object speckled and more textured would have improved the render. Some of the coloring and texturing could have been a little bit closer to the reference, but I am otherwise happy with the result. The candles were sculpted by drawing details directly onto a cylinder. The ground was arrayed, repeating a pattern of tiles along the floor, and the gravestones were modelled, making each look unique in their own way.
Okay.
Towards the end, I manually drew in the grease pencil markings on the gravestones, and with a little bit of adjusting, I was finished. I quite enjoyed modelling the individual gravestones and colouring them in. Finally, the alleyway, the third illustration I wanted to banish to the third dimension. This was the scene I was most excited to make, since I had an animation planned out from the start, the plans of which only I can decipher. This environment was difficult to create since 3D art's limitations collided with the strengths of 2D art, such as the wall the character holds, the walls connecting to the roof, and how the shadow interacts with the environment. Despite this, I think these imperfections make the art even better, but requires a lot of problem solving. I used forced perspective to frame the scene in a way that better resembles the illustration and animated the focal length to zoom into the scene. Usually a higher focal length or orthographic view is better for 2D scenes, making everything look flatter, but I decided to make the moving parts of the scene stand out more, which is more in line with the reference images. To make the forced perspective work better, the girl also shrinks throughout the animation. The stairs are quite cramped, and if the character didn't shrink, she would be too large at the end of the animation.
Okay.
This is Abby. Abby started painting 6 weeks ago, and it was going well.
All of the black lines are grease pencil, which act as vectors in the 3D space, and are all animated through modifiers with
Noise adds variation through randomness in the lines, such as a ball effect or random thickness. Dot dash makes the lines dotted. Length adds length to one or both ends of the vector line. Linear line art outlines a 3D object, which is how I use grease pencil to outline moving things like characters.
with varying uses. The part of the scene I was most nervous to do were the 3 characters and how they were animated. I referenced other illustrations by the artist to get a better idea of who these characters are and how they would behave in an animation. The orb robot acted robotic and was fun to animate. I attempted to make the cat move fluidly. The scariest of them all though, the girl. She was the make or break of the whole animation. If the animation was off, everything would have felt awkward, but I think it turned out well with my current skill level. Throughout all this, I added small details like the box moving and the little octopus robots. And then I was done. I'm quite happy with how it turned out. Now, I get to show some short behind the scenes stuff and point out the errors in my ways, such as the animation of the bunny character in the graveyard snapping from pose to pose as the camera goes behind the gravestones. Not that you'll be able to see it normally. As well as shrinking overall, the girl's arms and legs shorten while stepping down the stairs. The mouse has no arms, right? But the girl in the alley has no ears. I modeled the ears, but they were hidden in the hair because I forgot to move them back while I was rigging. But regardless, you wouldn't have been able to see them anyways. The shadow on the ground also shows off what is actually happening with the geometry behind the wall where she places her hand.
Honestly, pretty fun vid. I'm gonna subscribe for later.
Dijon has been my favourite artist over the past 4 years. He drops a great new album on my birthday, and I'm still disappointed, but disappointed in a positive way. Sounds dumb, but hear me out. Today I'm going to react to Dijon's Baby album from a music production standpoint, break down his influences, let's see if you can guess those, predict what's coming next from Dijon, and show you how to make a song in the Baby style, like this.
Alright. Let's see what the vibe is here.
Starting with Another Baby. Seen a lot of people online talking about whether this is inspired by Michael Jackson, as Fantano said, or Prince, which is what so much of the comments said. And I think both of those are true, but to me more than anything, what sticks out is Janet Jackson and the work of producers Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis and their very specific version of New Jack Swing pop blend. If you don't know Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, I'd start with Rhythm Nation. This track is also interesting because it samples Sly and Family Stone, which Dijon is a big fan of, and between Sly and Prince, that's 2 of the main inspirations in this map that I've built. Next is Higher.
Creators, take these 3 apps I built to run my business made with Base 44. They're ready for you as free to use templates in the link below. Let's talk productivity. As a one-man show, I have to handle everything myself, so missing a task isn't an option.
Interesting.
What you can hear with Higher is, to me, a very obvious D'Angelo influence with the keys and the bounce to it. But one of the things I find more sort of contemporary and modern about it is it actually reminds me of the 1975 second album. And if you even look at Another Baby and Higher, Dijon and the 1975 are actually pulling from a lot of the same influences of 80s pop, Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, like I spoke about, for these tracks, but the difference being Dijon's is much more dirty. If you actually listen to Higher, it's got this sort of 1975 background vocal stab stuff. It sounds very modern, and of course the auto-tune, with even like the lyrics reminded me of what Matty Healy would say with the whole "a human." It's like, it's very, I feel like they're very similar, but I think the takeaway from this is listen to the influences that both of them are pulling from. Next is Fire. To me, these chords sound like they could be a James Blake or a Sampha song. That's only for that one section where then it switches up and Dijon makes it really interesting with all these, what I call glitchy sprinkles. That's sort of modular sounding, digital distortion, a lot of different stuff going on there. But That is such a main part of Dijon's style, is including these very glitchy elements, which if you haven't seen the other Dijon video, I talk in depth about those glitchy sprinkles, as I like to call them. So check that out if you haven't. Which brings me nicely to Rewind, which I think is the only song that sounds like it would have been a song on Absolutely. That plus Loyal and Marie, I feel like sounds like it's on the Do You Feel Like Getting Married EP, which is one of my favorite Dijon projects. I think what's really good about this is Dijon didn't just make an Absolutely Part 2, and that is so key. This album is so different, and as a fan, I'm so happy that he did that. Same as McGee. If McGee came out with a 2-star Part 2, I don't really think the fan base would really benefit from that, even though a lot of them would want that. The next interesting element comes from Freak It, with these dub delay drums. That, in combination with making the songs interesting, like at the start of Referee with all these sound effects. Those are two key elements of what gives Dijon songs the personality that it really has. And I've tried to replicate that here with my own song, as you can see, with these weird risers and stuff.
Check it out.
Also with Yamaha, it's called Yamaha. I think that could be in reference to the Yamaha CS80, because the chords to me in that song sound like Having a Wonderful Christmas Time by Paul McCartney. It could be using that synth, it could be using the Yamaha DX7. I actually think it is the Yamaha DX7.
The DX7
Either way,
is
if you're
goated.
trying to make chords like that, try and make some sort of cheap-ish synth sound, but still sounds quite lush at the same time, if that makes sense. So that's what I've done over here. Another key part of Dijon's style is the layers of atmosphere, texture that he lays the song on, such as the bird sounds on My Man and the dog barking and people talking in Loyal and Marie. So I've got a bit of that here from sounds from my sample pack. I've got building site, a cafe, all types of stuff, as well as on Baby, where there is I think it's probably an amp hum noise, which is quite similar to cassette noise, which is what I've also layered in, so just cassette noise. Just to give it some feeling, some sense of intimacy with everything being more natural and exist in a space. That's what happens when you add all of this together. Another thing to note is texture is used rhythmically. Things aren't always just consistently played like a hum throughout a track. Things also jump in and out of the mix. So if you listen down here, things come in and out, and that gives a pump, a sense of punctuation to the song and so much character. There's a lot of different drum sounds in Dijon's catalogue. He likes quite vintage stuff. I'm using the CR78 here with loads of texture, with just tape noise, and the big spacious reverb. The other interesting thing about Baby is his use of so many rap vocals, rap snippets, which I have replicated down here with some classic rap acapellas.
Check it out. Yeah.
Some of them more manipulated than others, but it just sort of glitters the mix a bit. Bass is very simple. It's just the Rickenbacker bass. I used the tail of each chord to create this sort of vague sound, sort of like a guitar, sort of distorted. I've used a lot of different like distortion, megaphones, stuff like that.
Performing on the biggest stage in the world was just one step in my journey. Hi, I'm Ronnie, and I teach people all over the
You can also see this plugin here called Bubbling Over in Ableton, which I just found by accident, and that's what's providing this sort of glitchiness to it. That's just helping fill out the whole mix, because ultimately there is keys, there is drums, there is bass in terms of the instruments, but everything's an instrument, texture is an instrument, and that's what Dijon and even McGee, that's what they are experts at, and that's what really fills the mix with so much emotion. So when you bring this all together, you've got this. Literally everything you hear in this, except the rap acapellas, comes from my Sonic Texture sample pack, which has actually had an update. It's on version 1.1 with some extra goodies in there. If you've already got it, you can still get all that stuff. Also, I'm doing one-to-one coaching on my website, so if you want your songs to sound like this, we can do that. Check it out. So let's see if you've guessed the influences. We've got Joni Mitchell, Fleetwood Mac, Bonnie Raitt, and Bruce Springsteen. And you might be thinking to yourself, Drew, are you trying to say that Bruce Springsteen inspired D'Angelo? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that this map that I've built is Dijon's musical tapestry of his influences all added together. Yes, there's a straight lineage between Sly to Prince to D'Angelo to Dijon, but these are the other external things that he adds in. The last two are Frank Ocean and Bon Iver, which is obvious because McGee and Dijon are the next wave of cutting-edge songwriters to come out since then. But even then, you might be thinking, Drew, you've left out a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, this map is sort of a map from the perspective of songwriting predominantly, whereas you could do a whole other map for production and include so many other artists, such as Jai Paul, who I feel like Dijon's sound is very similar, except Dijon's is more analog and Jai's in the early work is definitely more digital. And then you've got people like Aphex Twin and Burial, and once again you might be thinking, wait, what? Where's that coming from? Well, if you don't know, Dijon actually released a electronic album under a different name during COVID. There's UK garage mixed with R&B. And there's long ambient pieces that sound absolutely beautiful. Some of you might have heard of the album, but I bet very, very few of you have listened to it. It's great. I really recommend checking it out. And that brings me to my disappointment. I'm only disappointed because I thought we were going to see so much more of that influence that I know's there, and all this sonic palette that I know he has that he hasn't really expressed in full yet. So what I think's to come from Dijon is more electronic music, dance music. I think there could be an amazing R&B album. If you've listened to his early work as a duo, Abu Dijon, it was before he really found his voice and started screaming. Back then he was very whispery and shy. I think there's so much to be offered from an R&B album now that he's developed so much. And then with Baby, there's this surprise of so many hip-hop influences with all these different rap snippets. And who knows, maybe Dijon is going to start sampling 70s music and layer his own instruments over the top, doing something similar to what Tyler the Creator does. Dijon is just so interesting because he's someone who has said he's equally inspired by Christine McVie from Fleetwood Mac as he is ODB. I think we've got a lot of classic albums still to come.
That's fun.
And it's just such an exciting time to be a fan. The last thing I'll say is, don't copy Dijon. Even in the music that I made earlier, that was actually all stuff that I'd made beforehand and then put it all together in this style. Everything you heard was ideas I had before I even heard this album, but I'm still inspired by Dijon, so it still comes out in what I make. Everyone's inspired, Dijon's inspired. We've just listed so many people he's inspired by. It's not about copying their style completely. It's about finding your own place in it and thinking of these sounds as a genre, not as in emulating these artists directly. But let me know who you think
that's a good way to look at it, honestly.
Am I right in what I've said? Is there other ones to add? And don't forget, like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. It helps so much.
Honestly, that is a pretty good. And look at that, we're hitting the 2-hour marker there, so perfect to get into what we're doing next. Yeah, I will say, I mean, especially when it comes to creating, because that's something I know I struggle with a little bit, to where I'm heavily influenced by, you know, certain guitarists and other creators in the space, so it can get a little tricky, if you will, to not want to copy. Alright, but all that being said, we are going to be working on some demos. So this is a Floricilia Records. First of all, let's look at the artists they have. The home of relaxing guitar. New releases every week. Which open a link in a new tab. Let's see here. Which we're going to follow this public playlist. Let's see here. Show all. We got guitar chill, calming guitar, piano for work. Let's see, guitar chill. What's the vibe here? We heard this one. That's cute. I really like that idea. I really like that one. What about this guy? Let me see what. Okay. We kind of get the gist. It's acoustic-y, vibey stuff. And we want to get on this catalog of people. So in order to get on this catalog of people, we got to make some pretty dope, cool shiz. Now, I'm going to do some pretty sacrilegious stuff right now. This is dark arts right here. Yep, dark arts. Dark arts. All right, Ricky. We're working on some demos for a solo guitar catalog. And although I'm totally down to just riff in the key of G, I also know we could just simplify this and make this a little bit more bearable. So I'm thinking we're still going to stay in the key of G. Maybe one will be based off the major key, and then one progression will be based off the major key, and another one will be based off the minor key. But I'm looking for somber, very classical inspired chord progressions. And more than anything, I wanted to kind of I want it to be stuff that could be heard in a video game, but also stuff that you would just want to relax and read book to. So that's kind of the vibe we're going for with these two ideas. And then I'll do my own unique one for the third one, so don't worry about the third one. But yeah, just give me some vibes, and I'll go from there. Da-ba-doo-dee, da-da-doo-dee. Alright, so we got like what, G major 7, so... All right, cool. Option 1's already giving me some vibes. So now let's go into Ableton. And let's pick something like 108. Even slower. Let's go for like a 77. All right, something like that. And we're gonna just do some compression here. It's like right about there to kind of just get some gain reduction going. A little bit on the slow attack, quick release. Get a bit more there. Cool. Like that. And now that we have that, we'll throw in like a saturator. 60 dBs of saturation, some width, a little bit above the bass. Soft sine, soft clip on. And then we're going to do some EQ here. Like right on 300-ish. I know we're probably going to cut that. And then we're going to... Well, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to do below 150. And then once we do below 150, we're going to throw this boy thermal on there. Because I want it to be like different vibes, you know. I want it to be relaxing, but at the same point too, like some different vibes. vibe out an idea real quick. Okay. So it kind of, let's see where that gets us right now. Just kind of vibing out, you know? Let's see. All right, so let's treat this like a conversation. start a conversation. Respond. Then bring it back to the conversation. Okay. This is what we got, sir. Something like that. Okay. Okay. So it's about a 2-minute idea right here, more or less. This sounds what the classical sounds like. Wow, it's gonna take a while. This might be in 3/4 high key, now I'm thinking about it. Sounds what the classical sounds like. what I need to get you. That's such a wild movement that I've done just randomly. 1, 2. Wow. Who knew the freestyle part you can't play? ChatGPT could, well, we didn't really necessarily use all the progression of ChatGPT, but what we did was we essentially used the code that ChatGPT gave us, and then we just started messing around within it because it started giving me some really fun ideas. Because like we're not doing. We're not doing that because what was it? What was the chord progression ChatGPT gave us? So it's G major 7, so it's to the B minor, the E, to the C. So we're not doing that, but we are using some of those movements like the D minor, like the D7. That's crazy. And that's just option one, right? Because that's that, but then like we can do our own stuff, which is more high energy, like. Okay, first of all, let's save this because this is such a dope idea. Save live set as, and we're gonna put this in. Let's see. ThaniaBear. What do we even call this? Floricilia? First, let's use the restroom real quick. So let's see. This boy is gonna be called. I'm gonna create a folder. Floricilia. Floricilia. Okay, cool, yeah. Floricilia. Floricilia. And then we're gonna put another folder there, which is classical ETs. Or classical compo. This one we'll call. Let's see, we'll call this one, The Nile. The Blue Nile. G major. Technically it's G major, even though we're kind of messing around. You know what I mean? Alright. Ooh. That's a fun one. That's a fun one. We're gonna, when we get that one done, that one's gonna be exciting. Okay. Let us get to another composition, which we're going to, once again, still stick to this kind of seems like an LA2A again. That's at the loudest, so it gets like probably around 7. Right. And then from there, we'll use, we're gonna dip like that 300 range, attenuate to then boost. also got G minor, right? Let's see if they're just completely solo guitar. Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. So it doesn't have to be just solo guitar. Cool. I was about to say, I'm like, bro. pre-production for this track and the other one. So more or less, let's save live set as, because this is in the key of what? G minor? So we're technically in the key of B flat for this one. So this one we will call it... Let's see. We'll call it Tempest. Tempest. And then it's in the key of B flat major. Gotta love these, man. Gotta love them. Gotta love them. Alright. Boom. Collect all and save. Alright, so we were able to make 2 acoustic demos this session. Took a little bit longer than planned, about an hour and 30 for both. But to be honest, we spent a good damn near hour on the first one just getting a feel for the just getting a good feel for the what's it called? Boop. Just getting a good feel for the chord progression. Because that's usually how it goes. Usually it's like, gotta figure out a vibe, gotta figure out the chord progression, figure out the composition. Because once you figure out the composition, then we pretty much just take it section by section, which my favorite part of this one is going to be doing this like B section. Because the motif here at the end is pretty cool. It's like a 2-part hook, which I really, hold on. So it'll start in the center. It's like a solo part kind of. So like, that'll be whatever the motif is right here. Yeah, hell out of time right now. Yeah, something vibe like that. Because the whole point of the song is to feel like a tempest. Like it starts off kind of cool, chill, and then it pulls back, and then it goes really heavy in that part with like the deep part, like the boom boom. Which I mean, in a manner of speaking, maybe it's not as relaxing as like, you know, the Blue Nile one per se, but it's not too bad, TBH. Clicked on save too. All right, I'm not mad at it. I'm really not mad at it. It could genuinely be much worse. It could genuinely be so much worse. Although I will say we got quite a bit to catch up on when it comes to the production things. All right. So we're going to wrap up the stream on that. We got 2 ideas, reacted to some YouTube videos. And I mean, overall, I'm genuinely pleased with kind of what we ended up getting done. There's definitely some room for improvement when it comes to the composition, the tracking, especially of the acoustic material, but I'm not trying to be too judgmental about it. Because I'm always going to be like, oh, it could be better. And I know it can be, but in all honesty, the hardest part is the arranging in a matter of like getting an idea that feels like an actual idea out, which luckily I have to jam it out a couple of times. But now that I kind of got 2 solid arrangements, I fleshed those 2 out, and then outside of those, you know, we might make a 3rd one just to be safe. And then once we make that 3rd one, then I can just pick from 2 of my more high energy arrangements and kind of just go from there, honestly. Which, I mean, most of them have drums connected to them, so we'll definitely have to mess around and kind of just see what we end up doing. Yeah, it's a good amount. I'm just finally happy to finally get, like, you know, an opportunity as far as sync licensing is concerned that I've sourced by myself, so kind of just grateful in general with that. But nevertheless, we got what we kind of needed to get done as far as production wise, so I'll give us thumbs up on that. Definitely want to do more, but beggars can't be choosers, you know what I mean? So that being said, my goal is y'all will probably see me back again on stream on Friday, and then my goal is to stream again Saturday evening and Sunday evening, because Lord knows this week we're barely going to reach our 3 days of a week streaming, simply because Monday and Tuesday, I mean, we're not able to. But I feel because now we're kind of getting a rhythm with our email workflow, we're definitely going to be able to at least get the streams in and then get back to regular programming. Because honestly right now, it being like 5 a.m. sucks because I'm going to miss out on a lot of sleep. And I'm probably not going to do my walk for Thursday, which normally is not particularly great, but I'd rather be able to just get a lot of stuff done, especially content-wise, so that way I can at least feel confident going into the day, knowing that we got things, you know, lined up and going. So take it where we can get it in that sense. But nevertheless, it's your boy ThaniaBear, aka Natty, aka that nigga. It's been a lovely time with y'all. I hope y'all stay blessed. Don't forget to sniff the fruit salad. Oh, and if you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell to be notified about all the different things I'm doing. Music, art, gaming, education, all the stuff. We're working on it. It's going to come out. But yeah, love y'all. And as always, peace.